Hello, I'm back. And let me go ahead and see. Uh, we can get this working. I have to transition this. Alright, so pretty much what I want to work on is if you've followed my Patreon videos, I was working on my dynamic inventory UI. I want to finish that up. Hopefully, finish it up here during the stream. And then after that, I want to work on uh, an end game screen, like a you win or a success screen. Um, Let me see if I can show that. It's here with the trading game over visuals. It's from Unreal Engine. It's been out for like a day. So I already downloaded the UI assets. So hopefully I can get that incorporated into my game as like a UN or a success screen, and then after that, a statistics screen should show up, and I'm going to call that Rift Remnants. All right, so let me go back and see. I am working or trying to finish up my dynamic UI where the scrolling is not working right. So I asked Gemini, the AI chatbot, to see if it can help me. Looks like it can, but let's see. Um, well, so right here, the quickest fix in your mouse wheel logic. My goodness. Replace. I should have drank some water first. Replace your last slot wraparound value with your current item count variable instead of the hard-coded number 12. This prevents the selection highlight from ever moving into the empty territory. So, some of you guys watching the stream right now, if you haven't seen the Patreon videos, you guys probably have no clue. I'm working on my inventory UI. So this here is, it's saying 12, but really the maximum is 6 inventory slots. And, you know, let me see if I can just show you, actually, because I do have that working. We go into the game. Looks like it was already doing that. But let me go and see if I can open up the UI. I forgot that. Okay, so this is my UI up here. This is the inventory. Half of this is the six slots, and then the other half is you can add those inventory slots later by finding and picking up backpacks. Backpacks will give you 2 extra slots. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you pick up 3 backpacks, you'll get the full maximum amount of inventory space or inventory slots. But otherwise, if you never find a backpack, you'll at least have a maximum of 6 inventory slots. Then of course I have this where if whatever item you select or highlight, it will tell you what is highlighted. So like flashlight or something like that. So let's go ahead and test out, show you what I got so far. Okay, so I pick up this, and it's hard to see, but up in the left hand top corner, you can see the flashlight was picked up and it's being highlighted. Let me pick up another flashlight, pick up some of these cards, and pick up another one. Okay, so I got flashlight. If I scroll, the only way to access the inventory is by scrolling up or down. Scrolling the mouse wheel up or down. So if I scroll up, it highlights whatever is scrolled to, which is the flashlight. If I scroll down, it goes back. And if I go back, scroll down again, it should wrap around, which is what it's doing. So it went to the card, card 2, card 1, card 1, card 2, and then back to flashlight and flashlight. And if I scroll forward, of course, it moves forward through the inventory. So that's working. Also, what I just recently finished up in the Patreon videos is dropping items. So if I drop this flashlight, you can now see my inventory shifted to the left to cover any empty spaces in the inventory. So now you can still scroll through it. The problem I'm having though is that it scrolls into the empty item. So if you see, I'm right now highlighting the last item in the inventory. If I scroll up, it'll try to register that empty slot. See? It's hard to tell, but that's what I'm doing. Then if I scroll up again, it wraps around to the beginning of the inventory, to the flashlight. And I don't want that. I don't want it. I don't want my dynamic scrolling to register any empty slots, which is what it's doing right now. So I need to fix that. That's what I'm working on right now. So let me head back to the Gemini AI chatbot and see what they have to say. Would you like me to show you how to set up the clamp and wrap nodes, specifically using the current item count variable to lock the scroll range? Hopefully that will work. Yes, do that. To lock your scroll range so that it only selects slots containing items, not empty slots. You must replace your hard-coded maximum value, which is actually 6 right now, with your current item count variable. This ensures that if you only have 3 items, the scroll logic treats slot 3 as the end and wraps back to slot 1 immediately. Yes, exactly, that's what I want. I can't do it on my own, so I needed AI chatbot to help me. Here is the exact node sequence for both the scroll up and scroll down logic in your player blueprint. Mouse up. This logic increments the selection, but prevents it from entering empty slots by wrapping back to the first slot once it hits the count of items you actually have. So, inventory, not inventory, input event IA, scroll up, mine is called switch item forward, or yeah, it's tied to the mouse wheel up event. Addition, take current slot and add 1. Comparison, greater than. Check if this new value is greater than your current item count variable. Branch, if true, set the current selected slot to 1. This is your wraparound to the start. If false, set current selected slot to the result of the addition. Signal, call the onInventory updated event dispatcher and the show inventory, and this should update the dynamic inventory UI right away. Then again, for the mouse wheel down, it's very similar. But instead of adding, you subtract, and check this if this new value is less than 1 as opposed to greater than your current item count. Okay, if true, set the current selected slot or the highlighted item to your current item count variable. This ensures that if you have 4 items and scroll back from slot 1, you land on slot 4, skipping slots 5 through 12. Yes. False, then set the highlighted item to the result of the subtraction. And then update your UI. Alright, the emergency clamp. Let me see something. Oh, that's the very end. Okay, so to prevent the UI from breaking if you drop an item that was currently selected, you should add a clamp node at the very end of your shift inventory left's custom event. This forces the selection back into the valid range of the total number of the items just decreased. So, add a current selected, set current selected slot value. use a clamp integer. Actually, I figured this out on my own already. So I already have this one. And because why this fixes your issue, because your shift inventory left logic, the dynamic twist ensures that items are always packed together at the start, slots 1, 2, and 3. The current item count is the perfect boundary. If you have 4 items, they are guaranteed to be in slots 1, 2, 3, and 4. By using current item count as your wrap and clamp limit, the selection highlight is physically blocked from ever moving to slot 5 or beyond. It will behave as if slots 5 through 12 do not exist for the purposes of navigation. Would you like me to show you how to add a check to these scroll events so they don't fire at all if the inventory is completely empty? Sure, but I'll do that later. Okay, so I'm going to go back and work on the actual scroll logic. So I'm going to start here with the scroll up logic. And so I got to switch my view. Alright, and then I have to head back to my blueprints folder. That's where I put the player blueprint. Alright, so this is that shift inventory left they were talking about. Whoops, let me see if I can move that back. So shift inventory left custom event, and it's pretty much, I showed you the example of it earlier. Alright, so whenever I drop an item in the middle of the inventory, whatever's on, if there are any items on the right side, it will be shifted to the left and then updated in the UI so that you can see that result. Shift left results. But this is what I actually want to work on. So Gemini said to scroll up. Well, this is my scroll up. Switch item forward, and then, so as you can see, mouse wheel up, and then here's my scroll down, which is switch item backward. So this is the logic that I need to change to fix so that it does not ever register empty slots. So what do I have to do? We will see. I'm going to go back and read. So I'm not going to switch back and forth between that and OBS. I'm just going to read it. All right, so in the, what is this again? Switch item forward custom event or key binding event. Take current selected slot and add 1. Okay. I'm going to get current selected slot, add 1. Alright, and then what? Alright, and then I do a comparison check if this new value is greater than your current item count. Alright, and then the current item count, you need to check greater than okay. Alright, so let's see, now what? So if my current item count says 4 items, and my current selected slot is 3, and I add 1 to it. If 4 is greater than 4, true, do something. If false, don't do something. Scroll to it, don't scroll to it. Alright. So I need to understand this first. That was a bad example. Let me see if I could do 5. So if I have 5 item counts, and this is current selected slot is 3. So if I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, but my current selected is 3. So out of the 5 items, and my current selected one is 3, is the current selected, no, is the current item count, which is 5, greater than current selected? So is the number of items that I have 5 greater than the currently selected slot 3? Yes. So if that's the case, do check if this new blah 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 is greater than the current item count. Check if this new value is greater than the current item count. So let me switch this over. It is not greater. It's not greater. It's false. So I got it wrong. So 3 is not greater than 5. So it'll go to false. If true, set the current selected slot to 1. I'm just going to get another one. I'm not going to drag it off of that. Whoops, let's set it. Set to 1. You know what? I don't even know where I have to put this logic. I have to ask Gemini where I need to put this logic. I know it's in the scroll up key binding event. I just don't know where in this. Where do I connect it to? So let me see. First, let me finish up the actual instructions. False, set the current selected slot to the result of the addition. Current selected slot to the result of the addition. Like that. Current selected slot plus 1. Alright, and after every current selected slot, you must add the update to the UI. Every little change you do, you must update the UI. Alright. But where do I put this? Whoops. I'm assuming here. Replace this with all of this logic. Current selected slot, add 1. Actually, no, it's already here. Huh. Darn it. So, yeah, it's already right here. So it's this. So, okay then. That means I need it instead of 5 here. And that's what they were just mentioning too. You got to replace that hard-coded maximum value, which is, in my case, 5, because 0 to 5 is 1 through 6. So this hard-coded value here, I need to give it current item count. Right? Then, how do I fix this one? See. First of all, we check if none of them are empty. No, we check which ones are empty. If any of them have an empty slot, then true, current slot has nothing in it. If any of these are the current slot and they have nothing in it, then true, current slot is empty. To tell you the truth, I don't want this to ever update or show anything. So I'm going to have to change this logic in some way. But if any of these slots if any of these slots are selected, let's say the slot 3 is selected, and it does not equal to 0, means there is something in it, let's say there's a flashlight in it, then go to false. And then do this logic up here. So, somewhere here, I'm gonna have to shoot. How do I connect this? So, okay, let me just think about this then. So I'm confused as how I need to connect this to this. This one. I'm guessing this can match this. I don't want anything to ever happen here. Darn it, I'm so bad. My mind is exploding. I can't figure out this, how to piece this together. This is what I know I want, because this one will not register the empty slot. This one I just showed you works, but it does register the empty slots, except for this part. Maybe that's all I need to do. Just add the current item count. But I feel like this is wrong. Current selected slot goes back to the front, the first item slot. I'm assuming that's what that does. Selected slot becomes whatever the current item count is. Let me see. Oops. Okay. See if I can get this. Test this. Pick up some flashlights. I really need to make these flashlights bigger. The line trace is just not picking it up. It's so thin or skinny. Gosh. Okay, there. It's got the 2 flashlights. Scrolling up, scrolling down. It's not working. It's kind of working. Because I'm scrolling down and it's not registering all 6 or 4 empty slots. So right now I have 2 items. So 2 of the inventory slots are taken up. So I need to change the logic somewhere. I just don't know which logic that is because it's working. It's sort of working. So I should be able to just scroll through only these 2 items. So let me pick up another item just as an example. Okay. So scrolling through these 4 items should be the only items that the seeker should be able to scroll through. The maximum default capacity of the inventory is 6, but I don't want the seeker to be able to scroll through any empty slots, so 5 and 6 right now. After this card 1, if I scroll up, it should not register, but it still registers one of them, so I need to change the logic somewhere. Current item count. So maybe I need to say current item -1. Don't know. This one should be fine because whenever you have an empty item, even if the first slot is emptied, this logic up here should always set that clamp back to 1, the minimum of 1. So this is probably where the problem is. Maybe it needs to be 0, not 1. Because my logic starts at 0, not 1. The slot starts at 0. Slot 1 is represented by 0, not 1. And so that's probably what's causing the is it a bug? Where it still scrolls through the empty slot. It's not a bug, it's just I have no clue what I don't know what it is. But it's an issue, it's a problem. So, okay, anyways, let me just compile, test it out. Pick up a flashlight. Pick up another flashlight. Some other stuff. Okay, and scroll. Oh shoot, I think I did it. Are you kidding me? That's all I needed to do was just add current item slot to the maximum. And it skips all the empty inventory. Let me turn off the light. You should still be able to see it. That's what I want. The empty slots, you can see 5 and 6. Slot 5 and slot 6. But the dynamic scrolling should be avoid those empty slots, even though you can still see them. So if I scroll forward, oh, the forward doesn't work. The forward doesn't work. See, after this card, it should go back to the beginning, but it doesn't. It goes to an empty slot. So now, however, if I scroll back, it does. It goes directly from the first slot to the whatever the very last slot is. So that's scroll down working fine. Scroll up. Scroll up is the one that's not working fine. So I need to... So all of this logic is perfect. All of this logic is in fact what fixed scroll down. So that that's all I needed to do. Was just add the item count, subtract 1. Who knew I didn't have to do all of this? Okay, so I'm going to get rid of, well, let me test this first. Okay, so if the current item, so selected item is 0. I think it has something to do with this. So, because I know I want this to happen. Again, if anything, if any of these slots are empty, true, it's only usually one of these are selected anyway, so they're not going to be all of them. So, but if any of them are empty, which is slot 3 again, let's use that as an example. If that's empty, true, set the current selected slot to 0, which is 1, the first slot, I mean. Okay, it's the first slot. So that is scrolling up or scrolling forward. If slot 3 is empty, go back to the first slot. That's what this is saying. Wrap around to the first slot. That's what I want. However, if it is not empty, if it has a flashlight in it, then check the current slot, which is again 3. Current selected slot is 3. Add 1 to it, 4. Is 4 greater than the current item count? Five. Let's say there's 5. False. So if it's false, do nothing. Whatever the current item current selected slot is, which is 3, keep this here does absolutely nothing, which means the current selected slot is still going to be whatever this is, which is 3. We're using an example of 3, which is this middle slot right here, 3. 1, 2, 3. If that's the case, do absolutely nothing means keep that slot, even though you drop something selected. Whatever was to the right of it will be shifted left. So now, let's say that's a card 1. Now the card 1 will be here, and you will automatically be selecting card 1. That's what that's saying. However, there's another problem. If the current selected slot is greater than the current item count, that's where the problem is. That's where I need to break this and set current selected slot to the item count, I think subtract. I could either add or subtract one. So let's see. Because this works fine, perfectly fine. That's how I want this one to work, off of the true here. If any of them are empty, go back to the first. However, this one, if the current slot 3 is greater than the item count, let's say the item count is 2, then set the current slot to be the current item count 2 plus 1. Oh, okay, okay, I want to add then. Okay. Then we replace that, delete that, move this one back here. So hopefully that will work. Let's see. So this keeps it current selected. Oh no, darn it. No, no, you do not. You just change it to, if this is 2, okay. So if this is 3, and the item count is 2, so 3 is greater than 2, then do true. That means set the current slot to whatever that is, 2. You don't need to add or subtract. Alright, so let's see. Let's try it. Compile. Let's rebuild everything and go ahead and test this. Okay, let's try these. Yikes, it's broken. It's broken. Moving forward, scrolling up, is infinite loop of empty slot item. But if I scroll back, it immediately goes back to the item count. Oh, the monster is nearby. Hopefully it doesn't come back around here. So from flashlight directly to the last item, that's correct, that's scroll down. But when I scroll up, it scrolls up forever. So my logic and the scroll up is wrong. Dun dun dun. Current item count. If 3 is greater than 2, let me try a subtract. Subtract 1. Because it kept going up into infinity whenever I scroll up. So let me see. Alright, pick this up. Pick this up and test this. Ah, come on. Just try these. Scrolling up always puts it to the very last card. It still picks the empty slot. Scrolling down works perfectly. Oh my gosh, I am so bad at this. Scroll down was so easy to fix. It was just a simple, but the scroll up is... I need to put it to 0, but it's not working. Scroll up. Wait, okay, let me try this again. The current selected slot is greater than the item count. False. Let's say 3. Okay, we're going to say that I have 5 items, and the currently selected slot is 3. After I drop an item, that becomes that 3 still selected, and everything shifts to the left. So now the new count becomes 4. Is 3 greater than 4? False. Do nothing. Yeah, you don't need to do anything. Just keep the currently highlighted slot to 3, which is what this is. But if the currently selected slot is actually greater than the item count, let's say it's 2. Then true. Actually, this should work. So there's something else going on. Something else somewhere else. Maybe it's this logic that I need. Current selected slot. Whatever was added. Let me see, can I switch it to an... I think we tested the ad already. I don't remember what the result was. But I don't think it was infinite. Infinite scroll. Try it again. It's not wrapping back around to 0. Well, the first slot, so maybe this... I don't know if that's correct. If that's the case, then all of this... Dun, dun, dun. Hmm. Three of these. And two of these. Okay. With the subtract, it allows you to select the last item, but then it scrolls into an empty slot, and then when you scroll up again, it goes back to the last item. So every time you scroll up, it goes to the empty, back to the last, empty to the last index. So that's what that's doing. So instead of doing that, I want this to not stay here and move to the... That means this should have worked, but it's not working. Don't know why. Don't know why this is not working. Dang it. Pick these up, pick up, right, these. Okay, so I got my 5 items. Let's select the third slot, drop it. Okay, so the scroll up is working, but it's still registering one of the empty slots, so I'm gonna have to do something about that. I don't know. Why is it still selecting one of the empty slots? Other than that, it's scrolling fine, and that's from... Alright, so let me do this. Okay. Oh my gosh, I can't figure this out. I think this works fine, so I don't want to change that. This one, however, I don't know. Pick up these, 3 of these, and then just 2 of these. Does it scroll? Okay. If I do a -1, it'll go back to this. But if I do a +1, it'll scroll up forever. It'll stay on the empty slot. But if I scrolling down was the easy fix. Scrolling up is the problem. I might actually have to ask ChatGPT, or Gemini, not ChatGPT. Up. I mean, it's scrolling 4 even though it's registering 1 of the empty slots. Scroll. Up should go. I maybe this should say 1? I don't know. That's just like adding 1, actually. Isn't it? No, that's not. Because if current item count is 5, then it'll just go on forever. But this one directly puts you back to the second slot, I guess. Let's see. Okay, pick up the 3 flashlight. Come on, flashlight. One of these, one of these. Okay. So, putting 1 in there is correct. It still scrolls to an empty slot. Instead of going back to the first slot. I'm so bad at this logic, I don't know. I need -1? Is that a thing? I don't think so. There is no -1 slots. So whatever it is, it must be set directly to 0. Is it this? Maybe this? No, I don't think that's how I want that to work, but let's just see. Maybe the true, you don't do anything. Whenever you... Oh yeah, maybe that's it. You just simply don't do anything after this. You don't scroll to an empty slot. Let's see. Scroll downwards, but the scroll. Okay, so let me see. It's back. We don't do. Let me just do this. Now, let's see if that does anything. Oh, come on. Goes up into infinity, or if not infinity, it just keeps selecting, scrolling up into an empty slot. It actually broke the logic. Because now even scroll down doesn't work. Oh, here's... Okay, scroll down was back to working. Okay. Dang it. Can't believe it. It seems like it should be an easy solution. I just don't know. How to figure out that solution. Like it should be an easy logic, and yet it's not. I mean, it's scrolling forward, but it's also registering an empty slot, which is what I don't want. Whereas if you scroll down, the logic is so easy that it works perfectly. This is how I want it. From the first slot directly to the last slot, not to any of the empty slots. But the forward, it goes to the empty slot. And I want it to go directly to the first slot. We drop this. down through just those 2 items. Scroll forward, it scrolls through three items, the 2 cards and 1 empty slot. Darn it. Darn it. I was hoping to be able to figure this out on my own and not have to ask Gemini, but looks like I will have to ask Gemini. What's going on? Oh. Don't know. So this is what it was at before. The logic to scroll forward works, except it still registers 1 of the empty slots. So I don't know. We already know that adding this to the current selected slot on the false right here makes it go on forever. So maybe this one should be 1? No. So this one is 1. We tried that already. It goes directly to the second. It goes directly to the second inventory slot. So what I don't want. I'm gonna pick up 3 of these. Goes to the empty, and then it goes to the second slot. Got the empty, and then to the second slot. Empty, second slot. And scroll down works perfectly. Okay. Darn it. I just don't know. Where is the logic gone wrong? So I can't set this to 1 because it goes to the second slot. And I can't set this to whatever the current selected slot is plus 1, which is again back to 1. So essentially they're still exactly the same. Current selected slot. Oh no. If it's 3 plus 1, then it's 4. Otherwise, if this logic is true, current selected slot, let's say it's 3 plus 1 is 4, is greater than 4. False. And stay on the current selected slot. I think that's what I need. I need to make it so that it stays on the current selected slot. What is the current selected slot? Set current selected slot. What is okay there? The current selected slot is get current selected. Oh no, not current. Oh yeah, I think it's current item count. Let's see. Or not even that really. Maybe just current selected slot. Let's try these two without adding or subtracting anything. Save. Oops. There we go. Scroll forward. Darn it. It's infinite. Okay. Current selected slot cannot stay whatever it currently is. Let's try the current selected item count. Instead of adding or subtracting. Let's see. If no. Alright. I'm gonna stop. Let's see what. No, we've already established that that won't work. It'll go directly to the second slot. And that adding won't work. Not adding anything, either the current item count or the current selected slot, won't work. Adding, subtracting to the current selected slot won't work. I don't think I've... Adding and subtracting to the current item count to this current selected slot won't work. But I don't think I've tried subtraction yet. So let me try... subtraction of current item count. Oh, no. I haven't tried this one. Subtraction of this. I don't think I've tried this yet. Wait, maybe I think I did. I think. And it still didn't work. Ugh, well, let me try it again. Right. I'm gonna pick up something, you guys. Oh my goodness. That one goes on forever. Darn. I don't know how to hard code it to. Slot 0. This sucks. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna have to ask ChatGPT, or I keep saying ChatGPT, Gemini. Right? Me, even though I have the clamp nodes, still it's not clamping. Let's try this. Monsters nearby. One of them worked. I can't remember which one. One of them did work. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I forgot to connect these. That's why. Let's try it again. up something. Right. Nope. See. See. I think I did add one already. Add one keeps adding. It adds a lot. Like adds exponentially. Don't want that. We don't want subtract 1. We current item count. So this is add 1. That's add 1. This is subtract 1. Oops. It always sticks to the very last one. Scrolls to empty, back to last. Can't believe it. I might have to just be stuck with the empty slot for now, so I can move on, work on something else. So I got the mouse wheel. Working perfectly fine, but the scroll mouse wheel up logic is not working for me. I think I want this one. I think this is the one I want. Let me just double check. Let me just double check if this is the one that I actually want. shoot, that's not what I want. Is it add one? It's one of them I want. Oh, I can't remember which one it is. You gotta be kidding me. There's one of them that actually sets it back. You are kidding me. Can't remember which one it is. There's one of them where it does scroll forward, but it registers one of the empty slots. Can't remember which one that was. Which logic was that? Item count plus 1, item count minus 1, item count equals to current slot is, or set the slot to item count. Doesn't work. This is the scroll up logic. Should have worked here. Is this the one? No, 0. It goes back down. Not back down, but it goes. Okay, this is the one I want. It scrolls forward, but it still registers one of the empty slots. So scrolling forward, it still registers an empty slot. Scrolling backward does not. Okay, so that's what I want. I want that logic. Just get rid of these. Keep it at 0. Even though this is exactly the same, I'm just going to keep them separate. Off of this true branch and off of this true branch. Even though let's see if I bypass it, what does it do? Thought I fixed that issue. Bypassing it doesn't work. So this is the best one, so I might have to just stick with this for now. minimum value is 1. Maximum value. Let's say if there was 5 item counts, minus 1 is 4. 4 becomes 1 through 4. Becomes selected. Slot becomes 4. The fourth. I feel like that is correct. Maybe this should be 0. The minimum. Let's see. Empty. No, that works nicely. That does not work nicely. Scrolling down works nicely. Scrolling up does not. Whether I change this value or not, I don't know if this clamp thing is working even. This one, I feel like it needs to be whatever the current item count is, minus 1. Set it to minus 1 and another minus 1. My goodness, I can't pick up these items. Doesn't matter what I do with this clamp thing, it doesn't change anything. This is an easy fix. I just needed to subtract 1 from the item count, set it to the selected slot, and I didn't have to change this. This one might be maybe where I'm having a problem. Maybe instead of current item count here, maybe this is where I need to subtract 1. Not there. Oh my god. That was the fix. So we go forward, scroll forward, and it goes directly from the last index to the first index. For the last inventory slot to the first inventory slot whenever I scroll up. So that was it. I finally fixed it, but oh my gosh. How long did that take? Oh, hey, what's up, Macmatech? Haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for dropping by. Well, I finally fixed my dynamic UI scrolling, so I finally got that working. Now I can finally move on to something else. Which is what I wanted to work on the end or the success screen if you successfully escape. But oh my goodness, it took me like an hour and a half to do that. I thought it would be really quick, but so if you are a patron, thank you for watching that series of my dynamic UI, all the frustrations and stuff. But just a simple little thing, that's all I needed to do. Was subtract 1. Jeez. Alright. Alright, so now that done with that, let me move on to the creating the game over visuals. And let me see if I can switch this over. And watch it real quick. It's only a 5-minute video. Let's see what it says.
Hey, what's up creators, and welcome back to the first hour of Unreal Engine course. In this video, we're going to be setting up the foundation for our game over screen. That being said, we're going to be creating a brand new widget blueprint, but then we're going to be putting all of the components in there, such as your text, your background, and your buttons. It's going to be a very quick video, and with that being said, let's just jump straight into it. So inside of Unreal Engine, what I'm going to do is first things first, import those graphics that we're going to need. So we're going to go to our content drawer, and we're going to find our UI assets folder under content, first hour of Unreal, and UI assets. And then we're going to go to import just like before. And what I want is my quit button, restart button, end screen, and with that, we're going to select all 3 of them and just press open to import those, as we're going to need these for this. Perfect. So now we've got those imported, let's take a look at our reference image here for our game over screen. So we're just going to be blurring the background, and we're going to have this background here with some text that says congratulations, you've collected all of the coins, and then you just got a restart and a quit button. And we've already got all of the graphics imported for this, as we know the text is all going to be part of Unreal Engine. So let's start showing you how all of this is going to work visually now. So go into Unreal Engine, go into that first hour of Unreal Engine folder, and we're just going to create a new user interface widget. So go to user interface and then widget blueprint. Use a widget parent class, and we're going to call this WBP underscore game over. And then open it up. Inside of here, just like before, the very first component we want to add is a canvas panel. So just search for this in the palette in the top left-hand corner and just drag and drop it into this. Once you've done that, the next thing that we're going to be adding is an image. This image is just going to be our background. So what I'm going to do is anchor this image to the center and then scale it up so it roughly takes up the amount of space that it shows on the reference image. Then in the details panel, in the appearance, I am just going to find in my content drawer, in my UAssets folder, that end screen, and then I'm just going to press the Use Selected Asset from Content Browser button to bring this in. Perfect. Then I'm going to bring in some text. First piece of text is just going to say, congratulations. And then once we've done that, I'm just going to center align it under justification. And then I'm going to increase the font size to about 30. I'm going to drop it in. And then going to add another piece of text in here, which is going to just say, you collected all, and then going to leave a couple of spaces, coins. Again, just flicking back to that reference to make sure I've got it correct. So it looks like I'm just missing a period there, and I should also be using and I should also be just capitalizing each of the first letters here. So you collected all, give it a couple of spaces, and then coins. And then I'm just going to move this into location. It's going to give it a couple more spaces. Going to make the size of this a little bit bigger. It's going to go for like a 32. I'm going to anchor it to the center of the screen. It's going to drop that into position. Perfect. And then the next thing is just going to add 2 buttons. So the way I did that is just go up to the palette, button, and dragging and dropping, anchoring as I go. Again, just anchoring these to the screen. Okay, so once I've got one of these buttons in here, what I'm going to do is click on it, press Ctrl-C and then Ctrl-V to copy and paste it. So that way we have 2 buttons of exactly the same size. But more importantly, what we have now is we have our screen, some text, and we've got our 2 buttons.
So that's it, we're now at a point where we have our foundation for our game over screen. In the next video, we're going to show you how we can style the buttons, but then also how we can get this game over screen to display at the end of the game. With that, move on to the next video to continue your Unreal Engine learning journey, and as always, stay awesome, keep creating.
Selected asset from Content Browser button to bring this in.
Okay.
Perfect. Then goes on the reference one class, and we're going to call this WBP.
Watched it
inside
through
of
once,
here,
but
just
now
like
let
there,
me
open it up. P underscore user widget parent class, and we're going to call user interface, and we're just going to
actually. Okay,
of
let me go
coin.
back
We've got
even
those
more. I
imported.
thought it maybe
We're
I.
going to
Okay,
select all
so I
3 of
just
them,
did this.
and just press open to import those.
I just did the import already. I'm not going to switch back and forth yet. Just going to keep it on this screen and watch
We're going
this.
to need these for this. Perfect. So now we've got those imported, let's take a look at our reference image here for our game over screen. So we're just going to be blurring the background, and we're going to have this background here with some text that says congratulations, you've collected all of the coins, and then you just got to restart and a quit button. And we've already got all of the graphics imported for this. As we know, the text is all going to be part of Unreal Engine. So let's start showing you how all of this is going to work visually now. So go into Unreal Engine, go into that first hour of Unreal Engine folder, and we're just going to create a new user interface widget. So go to user interface and then widget blueprint. User a widget parent class, and we're going to call this WBP underscore game over. And then open it up. Inside of here, just like before, the very first component we want to add is a canvas panel. So just search for this in the palette in the top left-hand corner and just drag and drop it into this. Once you've done that, the next thing that we're going to be adding is an image. This image is just going to be our background. So what I'm going to do is anchor this image to the set.
Okay, you couldn't see that I was actually doing all of that canvas panel and image in my actual editor, but I didn't want to switch back and forth between the views, so just did it behind the screen, and I'll show you later after all of these instructions are done.
And then scale it up so it roughly takes up the amount of space that it shows on the reference image. Then in the details panel, in the appearance, I am just going to find in my content drawer, in my UAssets folder,
Uh-oh. Looks like it crashed. I don't believe it. It actually crashed.
end screen.
Oh, it's back.
And then I'm just going to press the Use Selected Asset from Content Browser button to bring this in. I'm just in my UAssets folder, that end screen. And then I'm just going to press the Use Selected Asset from Content Browser.
You cannot see that I'm actually doing that on my end, but I will show you later after all these instructions.
Button to bring this in. Perfect. Then I'm going to bring in some text.
Okay, I'm going to do that. Bring in some text. So, and bring in some text. Okay. And then head back.
That piece of text is just going to say, congratulations. And then once we've done that, I'm just going to center align it.
Congratulations. And center align it. Let's put it right smack dab in the middle here. Compile and save that. Again, can't see it, but that's what I'm doing. So let me go back to the video now.
Under justification. And then I'm going to increase the font size to about 30. I'm going to drop it in. And then I'm going to add another piece of text in here, which is going to just say, you collected all, and then going to leave a couple of spaces. coins. Again, just flicking back to that reference to make sure I've got it correct. So, and gonna leave a couple of spaces, coins. Again, just flicking back to that reference to make sure I've got it correct. So it looks like I'm just missing a period there, and I should also be using and I should also be just capitalizing each of the first letters here. So U, collected, all, give it a couple of spaces, and then coins. And then
Okay, I will do that right now. You collected I'll just say you found all space cards. Shouldn't be that many spaces because it's either 3. The answer is only 3, so I don't have to put space there. I'll just put in 3, like hard code the 3 into the text. There's no need to put a space there. Alright, there we go. Try to center this, make it a little bit bigger. Oh, you cannot see it, but that's what I'm doing. Alright. Okay, back to
then it's going to move
the
this
video.
into location. It's going to give it a couple more spaces. Going to make the size of this a little bit bigger. It's going to go for like a 32. I'm going to anchor it to the center of the screen. It's going to drop that into position. Perfect. And then the next thing is just going to add 2 buttons. So the way I did that is just go up to the palette, button, and dragging and dropping, anchoring as I go. Again, just anchoring these to the screen. Okay, so once I've got one of these buttons in here, what I'm going to do is click on it, press Ctrl-C, and then Ctrl-V to copy and paste it. So that way we have 2 buttons of exactly the same size. But more importantly, what we have now is we have our screen, some text, and we've got our 2 buttons.
So that's it. We're now at a point where we have our foundation for our game over screen. In the next video, we're going to show you how we can style the buttons, but then also how we can get this game over screen to display at the end of the game. With that, move on to the next video to continue your Unreal Engine learning journey, and as always, stay awesome, keep creating.
Well, darn. I thought they were going to finish that whole thing. Because I do not applying custom UI graphics in UMG. Do not see where the next video is. This is the Unreal Engine YouTube channel. I don't believe it. Maybe this is it? Why is this playlist not in order?
Hey, what's up creators, and welcome back to the first hour of Unreal Engine course. In this video, we're going to be showing you how we can style...
Wonder why it keeps crashing on me. Or freezing. It's not crashing, it's freezing. And if it breaks, then it's a crash. I paid Fiverr devs to make a game in Unreal Engine 5. 'Cause 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 I'm making the game myself, but I'm pretty much like a $25 less than $25 developer. I'm a noob indie game developer. It's gotten some views. When I first started it to watch this video, I watched it a day after it was released. It was only like 38 views, and now they got like 159. It's nice. I don't know what's going on. Why is it still frozen after all this time?
Our buttons for our game over screen, and also showing you how we can take our game over screen widget and actually display it on the screen.
This is a different video, that's why. This one also released at that set, but like, why do they have it like creating it? They have it all in different spots, like over here, and then all the way down here. Like, what the heck? They need to organize this. Just create the game over visuals. So I need to watch these, see if I can. Anyways.
When the player collects all of the coins. Let's jump straight into Unreal Engine and get started. So, first and foremost, we are going to take the button on the left, which is for restart. And what we're going to do, under our style and normal, we're going to go to our image and we're going to search for restart. And we're going to drop this in. Now, what you might notice is there's a bit of a tint on this. If there is, just make sure you go to tint and just set your tint to 1, 1, and 1 across the board, which will bring it back to being white. And what I want you to do is just the same thing there with each of these states. So do that for your normal, your hovered, your pressed, and your disabled. So just go ahead and do that. Feel free to pause the video. Just go to each of these states, apply that restart texture, set your tint on each of these. Okay, once we have got our reset button fully set up, let's go ahead and do the same thing for the second button, which is going to be our quit button. So we're going to go over here and do the same thing again, go to our normal style, and we are going to search for quit. Make sure the tint is 1111, so it's all just normal. And then do the same thing over here. Tint should be 1111. Image, and this should also be quit. And then do the same thing for pressed. And then do the same thing for disabled as well. And what that has done for us is it's simply just made it so no matter what you do to this quit button, it is essentially going to look exactly the same. I'm just going to make some final adjustments there, and then I am going to add some text that is this blue color for how many coins the maximum amount is, which I know is 5. And I'm just going to place this in just like this. Again, just making sure that we're anchoring all of this exactly as we need to, and just adjusting any issues that we might have. So with that done, we have now got our game over screen looking pretty good. Let's show you now how we can actually add this to the screen once we collect all of the coins. So again, we're going to compile and save our work that we've done here. We are going to minimize this, and we're going to find in our first hour of Unreal Engine folder that collectible. And we're going to find inside of here, in my event graph, when we touch that coin, we're going to find the logic that we set where we did set game paused and destroy the actor. What we're going to do inside of here is simple. We're just going to create that widget for the game over screen. That's it, nothing more. So after destroy actor, we're just going to create a widget, set the class to the one that we created, which is WBP_GameOver, and then we're going to add this to the player screen. Again, compile, minimize, and press play. Let's test this. So coin counter in the bottom middle, that looks good. Let's test it, it's still working. And then we're just going to go over and we're going to collect each of our 5 coins. And there's one more over here. And you can see, just like that, it's now created that game over screen for me, and I've got my buttons, and it's all looking good visually. Feel free to take some time to make sure that the alignment of all of this looks better, and you're quite comfortable with all of it. All of this exactly as we need to, and just adjusting any issues that we might have.
Right.
So, with that done, we have now got our game over screen
I
looking
gotta go back because
pretty
I was also.
good. Let's show you.
I had to go back because I was also working on it while he was saying it. So I got the UI part now. Let's see. Let's watch the blueprints.
Now how we can actually add this to the screen once we collect all of the coins. So again, we're going to compile and save our work that we've done here. We are going to minimize this, and we're going to find in our first hour of Unreal Engine folder that collectible. And we're going to find inside of here, in my event graph, when we touch that coin, we're going to find the logic that we set where we did set game paused and destroy the actor. What we're going to do inside of here is simple. We're just going to create that widget for the game over screen. That's it, nothing more. So after destroy actor, we're just going to create a widget, set the class to the one that we created, which is WBP underscore game over, and then we're going to add this to the player screen. Again, compile.
So where is that in my logic? Spaghetti code. It's right over here. No. It's actually right over. Dun dun dun. It's not that one. It's this one. Right here. Okay, so this code. So when I interact, my interact button is F key. So before hitting the F logic, current item count, current item count. Okay, after this, this is where I want to set whatever they were saying. Oh, you cannot. Can you see it? No, you cannot see it. Sorry. Let me switch this. Okay, so let me go back right here. This enhance input action, I call it interact, is tied to my F key. Alright, so whenever I pick up the card or the card 2, not the flashlight, so either one of these cards, 1 or 2, there needs to be logic like card count. What is it? Let me go back.
minimize, and press play.
We need to call the WB success. Not cast to it. Don't think I want to cast to it. Let me see. I got that wrong. Let's create. Create widget. WB success. And it's like add to view port. What is this? So if the card count is equal to 3, true, pick it up. I also have to set it somewhere. Current item is for the inventory. So I have to say set card count to increment integer. Okay. So maybe something like this. I think something like this should work, maybe. So after you update how many items are in the inventory, or current item count, then you increment the current card count, which should be by default 0. Then you set it. Once you set it, you can just call it. Does it equal to 3? True. Then create the success widget and add it to the viewport. But if it's false, do nothing. Just go back. Just simply do not create anything. Just nothing. Just you just continue playing the game. And then once you pick this card up again, card 01, it'll increment that. So after you set it to 1, now that 1 plus 1 will be 2. So now that 2 will say, is 2 equal to 3? False, do nothing. Finally, when you pick up this card 01 again, then it should increment it plus 1. So that 2 plus 1 is 3, and that 3 does equal 3. So now you actually finally create the end screen. So we'll see if we can do that. But now we just copy. We don't need a copy. We simply just do the same for this, like that. Move this up a bit. We don't do it for the flashlight. Flashlight is just a utility item. It is not an escape item. You don't need the you can't use the flashlight to actually escape. You can use it to light your way in the darkness. But let me see, that's it for this character count. What's not working? The blueprint itself is not a user widget. Therefore, target must have a target. Add to viewport. You just connect this to this? I'm not sure. Let me watch the video again. Yes, you do. Oops. Like that. Compile. And then save. What goes after that? I know after that, something goes after that. I really should have a separate, like, like a separate custom event that you can just call this and call, something goes after that. Let me see. I go to monster and look at one of the monsters. What happens when the monster catches you? They attack you, and then you get this create end screen widget. Add it to the viewport. Set a delay. Let me set a delay of like 5. 5 seconds. No, because you can just click on the buttons. Oh, I see. Okay, well, then I don't need to call any of these other things. Open level by object reference main menu. This I will put it into the actual widget itself. So let me see here. Dun, 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 dun. Is it event tick or event construct that I add this to? I don't know. I'll leave them both. And I don't think it's any of these, but we shall see. This was not done. Open level by object reference. Okay, you know what? Even if the seeker doesn't click quit or restart, after 10 seconds, 5 seconds, the game will do this. Copy. Oops. Copy. Paste. It will go back to the main menu. View options are reset. Player controller. Oops. Oh, my bad. You need to put the delay in there. So even if the seeker doesn't click on the restart or the quit buttons after 5 seconds, the game will automatically go back to the main menu. Just for now. Just for testing purposes. Anything. Dun, dun, dun. So that's that. That's that logic. hopefully that works nicely. But in order to test it, I have to actually find 3 cards. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Let me just finish watching the video first before I test it.
Again, compile, minimize, and press play. Let's test this. It's a coin counter in the bottom middle. That looks good. Let's test it. It's still working. And then we're just going to go over and we're going to collect each of our 5 coins. And there's one more over here. And you can see just like that, it's now created that game over screen for me, and I've got my buttons and it's all looking good visually. Feel free to take some time
Alright, so I'm gonna want mine to have a little bit of a delay after collecting the last card. Maybe like a 1 second delay, maybe. Then target another after you show that screen and they don't press any of the buttons, then delay. Okay, let me test it. Oops. Oh, there we go. Congratulations, found all 3 cards. Alright. That works. Nicely. Nice. Okay. Alright. So that works, but now I need to figure out how to make it blurred and pause the screen. Do I try to watch the video some more? Or, because I know I did that before with a pause screen. Let's see. I do have a main menu, pause menu. How do well, I don't know. So, oh, duh. I have to look in here. Alright, so on click the main menu. When you click the main menu, open the main menu. Input mode UI only. Show the mouse cursor. Cast to game player. Pause. Remove from parent. Remove this main menu from parent. Okay. Otherwise, on click new game. Levels. So those are all my levels in there. Pick a random level. Open that random level. Give back the input mode game only. Don't show the mouse cursor. Is pause menu? Set it to no, not paused anymore, and then remove this pause menu from the parent. So on click resume, on click exit. When you exit, quit the game. On resume, set game paused. Set input game mode only. Don't show the cursor. Set the pause menu to not paused. And then remove from parent. Right. Maybe it has to be this. Set game paused. Let me see if I can just save that. I don't have any of the logic set, so this one says restart and quit, so maybe I can just copy these. I'm gonna have to make the button. I'm gonna just rename this button to restart. And this one rename to quit. Shit, unclicked. Oh, I gotta compile first. See. Gotta set it as a variable first. And it's kind of small. I'll maybe get bigger. Okay, click on, oh, unclicked. That should be it, I think. Game, unclicked, exit. Quit game, quit preference, quit. Alright, then restart. Restart. Does what? What does restart do? Resume. Oh, restart does a new game, so I'm gonna have to copy and paste all of this. Copy. Doesn't have any kind of pause though. Doesn't pause the game. So oops. Remove this widget from the parent. Uh-oh. I need to actually create it. levels is a array of strings. Levels is an array of strings. Change that to an array of strings. This could break connection, just change the variable type. And then compile, and then I can paste the levels in there and compile again. Okay, so now that has all the levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, and it should open the open a random level from restart. Input mode game only. Remove the cursor. Call the player. Remove pause menu, and then remove this success widget from the parent. So let's see if this works. Oh my goodness, I actually have to look for the cards. No, I don't. They're over here. Okay, never mind. And congratulations, you found all 3 cards. Okay. So I need to do something else. I need to give my character control. Somewhere there's a don't know where they call the pause menu in the first place. Codename Joker, thank you for that inspirational comment. So it says, good luck, man. I believe in you. Thank you. Head back and see what calls the pause menu. Okay, found it. It's this one here. This calls as a pause menu. Just to go through all of this. I need to make this a custom event. I'll just call it pause event. And I'll call it from nope. Nope. You don't call it from there, actually. You call it from here. When it is true, call the pause menu. Oh no, I don't want it to pause the menu. I mean, I don't want to give it the I don't want it to show the pause menu. I just want it to pause the game. Alright, so I gotta look at this and copy only what I need. Not make like this whole custom event here. Darn it. I do need that. Create the pause menu. How to do this? Copy this, duplicate it. Just gonna make a new variable for the success screen. Oh, is that pause menu? It's the success menu or the success screen. I don't actually remember. Oh, this one was checked. What was the other one? Unchecked. Okay, so this is the one that's checked. True is the one that's checked. False is not checked. So once the card count is set, then we wait. So after we pick up the card count is set, and we wait 1.5 seconds. Then we pause the game. So then this is where we add this. And then I don't need that one. So after is success open or not? Remove from parent. Game is paused. So we actually do need all of this, but we can just change certain things. So I should have just copied and pasted everything. Oh well, we'll do it right now. Copy. No, not copy. Duplicate. Where am I? I actually don't know where I'm copying. Oh, right over here. Let me look at this logic. See if this one works. Success open. Show mouse cursor. Set game paused. Show mouse. Open new level. Menu. Okay, I don't need to do all that. I don't need to do all this now. Wait for it to... So it's just this part. Add to viewport. Okay, so I don't need it now. I don't need it. Alright, so what is the logic? The logic is this. Let me move this. Let me go through the logic and try to understand it so that I can match it to my success. Save. Okay. Alright, so after they pick up a card, either card 1 or card 2, then the card count updates. If it's not 3, then just continue playing the game. But if it does hit 3, wait for a second and a half. I don't need it to wait that long now. Immediately do what you need to do. Set is access open. So by default, it is 0. So by default, this is also 0, okay? So if it's not, so if this is 1, if it's 0, then it's 1. 1 is true. Success is open. That's where we call WB success. The owning player is this player controller. Doesn't need it, but I'll leave it. Add it to the viewport. Change the do we have a pause menu up here? Oh, it's right here, and it's the actual pause menu. I don't want that though. I need one called success menu. And I'll call this WB success. And we just need a soft, not a soft, we'll just do the object reference itself. This one is using the object reference. Since that pause menu, we do the success menu. In mouse lock mode, do not look. Hide cursor during capture. Alright, so okay, the game will stay paused until the seeker clicks on one of these, restart for a new game, or quit to exit to the... Actually, they should exit to the main menu, not exit the game. So I really need to change that. That means I need to open the pause menu again, go to the graph editing mode, go to main menu, and copy this. So when they click on quit, it'll go to the main menu, and it'll do all of this. So let me copy this and paste it into quit. Okay. So instead of quitting the game, it'll open the main menu, open level, main menu, play controller, show the cursor, is menu, is pause, menu open. I'm going to call is success. Open. No, set it to no, it's not open. Remove this widget, success widget, from parent. Okay. So let's see if this works. We can move this back up here. Back here, we go through the logic. We see that okay, again, if any of these cards are picked up, an account is 3. Actually, they're different cards, so they should have different card variables, but this is just testing. They'll never be the same cards in the same match. Alright, so, but for testing purposes, they aren't going to be in the same. So, either one, if I pick up any of these cards, and if I pick up any 3 combinations of these cards, card 1 or card 2, or all card 1s, all card 3, or 2, then once they reach 3 cards, and it's true, then we will delay for a couple less than half a second. Is this open? No. And set it not open. Remove from parent the success if it was open. I don't know if this logic is correct. Set game paused. Set input mode only. And show the mouse cursor. But, okay, so if this is not open, right? By default, it's not open. Success is not open. The success widget is not open, alright? So, flip that to false. False means it moves here. Is it open? No. Then set the success open back to 0. What's going on? I think this logic is backwards, but maybe I need to set this to 1, maybe? Anyways, if it's true that this is not open, which is weird because the default says it's not open. So I guess since this is not, then this becomes true. Alright, so if success is open, true, with this is weird. I guess because this was not set to, it was just kept as false. Because that's what's confusing me. Is success open? False. Okay. So with the 2 negatives, it means true. So it is open. Set it to being open and show the success widget after 0.2 seconds of grabbing the last card. Put that widget onto the viewport. In widget to focus. Hide cursor during capture. Oh, I don't know if I want to hide the cursor. Yeah, I think I do want to hide the cursor, but I do want to show the mouse. Show the mouse, pause the game, and allow the seeker to click on whatever needs to be clicked on. But otherwise, if it is not open, set that variable to false. Change this remove from parent to success. Remove success widget from parent. Set the game pause, not anymore. Unpause the game. This one sets the game to pause. This one unpauses. And then set input game mode only. Input mode game only, which means get rid of the cursor. Alright, so let's see how this works. Success. Don't need that. Rebuild. Save. Test these 3 cards. Any of these 3 cards, it doesn't have to be all the same. And then, okay, there we go. Congratulations, you found all 3. Oh, okay, now I can restart. Perfect. Go straight into another game. Let's try it again. Any of the 3 cards. Congratulations, you found all 3 cards. Quit. And it goes back to the main menu. Nice. Well, that's done. This is the first time in a single stream that I've completed something, some aspect of the game. Okay, so let's see, test that. Pick up any of the 3 cards, doesn't matter which one. Congratulations. Kind of looks off. I really need to look at that. It doesn't look centered. And, I mean, congratulations, found all 3 cards. All of that is correct. It's just the, this, I don't know, what do you call this? This dialog box. It should be more to the right. It doesn't, there's like too much empty space right here. So let me see if I can change that. me open this up to 920. Oh, I know why. Because I didn't set the anchors. Alright, so now it should look. Oh, let me set that anchor. Oh no, that's for the restart button. What I'm doing. Down here. Zoom all the way in as much as you can to get this. Let me see if I can move it over, in fact. Okay, that's close enough. Don't need it. Alright, and the other end here. So it doesn't matter what resolution, it'll always be around the same area of the screen. This one, there, this one, there. Doesn't have to be exact, but close to it. Okay, that's that. This one needs the anchor, and that's why it was off, because the anchor was more closer to the top left. There's that, and now we can just. Okay, so what else? Maybe the words, because these are going to be moved to the left while the background is moved to the. It won't look right, so I need to set the anchors for it. But let me just show you these words. The buttons and everything else that I changed will look centered, completely centered in the screen, whereas the text and stuff won't. Let me see. Let's pick up any of the cards. Doesn't matter which one. See? So the background and the buttons, they look centered. Like this is an even amount of empty space. Whereas congratulations is towards the left. So we can center that. Alright, let me open this up and just make this a little bit. No, we'll leave that alone. Okay, go back to congratulations. Move that there. And move that there. Move this here. Move this here. Move this here. And move this here. Put up as close as you can. Okay. Move that one there. Alright. Move it over a bit. And you can fix these. Put these back and match the actual borders. Just so that on any resolution they will always be in the same exact spot. Right. Move this down. And whoops. You gotta zoom in as far as you can to get it. Alright. And that should be it. That should be good. Compile. Save. Compile. Save. Let's see. Can we build this? Right. It's any of the cards, doesn't matter which one. There we go. Congratulations, you found all 3. Oops, what happened here? Dun, 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 dun. Restart. Quit. Image. Background. It's a canvas panel. Has its... Oh, doesn't need any anchors. This has anchors. This one. Okay. So that's interesting. Why is text showing up? Don't know. Okay, that looks a little bit better. The 3 is a little bit... yeah, no, it's a good... okay, congratulations, you found all 3 cards. Restart, quit. Okay, a different match, different rift. Okay, so now that works nicely. What needs to happen is... this is almost instant when you find all 3 cards. So maybe 1 second. So 1 second. After 1 second, you show this screen. I really should set the game to be paused. Like, immediately, maybe. So as soon as you pick up the last card, the 3rd card, it immediately goes to the success screen. I don't want it to be that fast. Let me see. You know what? That 1 second is too slow though. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 2, 4. Alright, 0, 5. So 5. Half a second. Should be... okay. I can min-max this later. Don't need it. Do it right now. Just trying to get a minimum viable product. it is what it is. The next thing after that, so when you hit the quit screen, instead of going to this, right here, the quit screen, instead of opening the main menu, we could open a I don't know if we want to open another menu or, well, yeah, I created a widget for it. It's called Remnants. Okay. See, create one. And I could probably just make it exactly the same as this one. Don't need it to be, just have different information in it. So, image. What is it called? End screen. Okay. So, like, Rift Remnants is actually the end game statistics screen. So that's all that is. Text tells you like how long it took you to escape, stuff like that. How many, I don't know, echoes you collected. How many cards you collect. Well, you can only collect 3 cards, but alright. So what's that there? What the heck? There. That? That's fine. That's fine. Call it Rift Remnants, and we'll just call it center it, and we'll make it a bigger text. Maybe have another image. It could take the place of like an underline. Like that. That's good enough. And then, you know, you get all that. The image has anchors, underline has anchors. Canvas panel should be 1920 by 1080. Okay. So after that, congratulations, you found all 3 cards. Then, dun, 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 dun. This is an actual image, so I cannot change it to continue. It'll just quit into this remnants. Then it'll have information like stored from the save game, or like tracking the timer of game time. Did you take an hour to escape or 5 minutes to escape? And it'll say all those statistics here. And then it'll have a restart to play another game. Or, you know what? So instead of having these buttons here, move these buttons to remnants and just have like this code. I don't know if it should be in here somewhere that says, you know, copy. Delete these. Paste. And make sure main menu. This doesn't have a clicked, but we'll just close out or delete for now. So it needs a levels string, a levels array of a levels variable of an array of strings. Rename. And compile. Then we can paste all the levels. Compile again. Alright. So instead of all of this here, we'll just, I wonder if I can cut it out of here. And if I can cut it, one of my widgets are in use in the graph. Do you want to delete them? Go back to the graph, and I guess you could just delete it. Compile. Don't need this one. Just leave it. And save. Go back to the designer. How's it making your first game? Fun. Nuv. Thank you for joining. I think it's fun. I mean, for me, I wouldn't be doing this if I, but it is kind of because I have to learn Unreal Engine and I don't have, like C++ skills. I do like very basic stuff, so I don't want to use C++. So I'm using blueprints, and yeah, making your first game is always a great experience. Yeah, so I'm actually having fun. It's just that I'm realizing it's not as easy as I thought. Back in when I first started making this game, it was back in like January or February of 2025 of this year. And I thought it was going to be like a 1 day or 1 week game jam. But look at now, it's already December. And this is supposed to be a simple horror game. But turns out, even just making a minimum viable product is a lot of work. I actually maybe like quit for 3 months, and then but I really, 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 really wanted to make this game, so I came back in September, and so I've been doing this since then. But yeah, it's fun. I really, really want to do this. It's one of those things like I actually think about sometimes when I wake up, or whenever I'm not doing this, I'm doing something else, working, playing another game. I'm thinking of my game. Oh, maybe I can put that into my game or something. So I want to like try to incorporate stuff. Well, game jams are crazy. You need to know at least the basics to actually be able to deliver a game. True. Well, now I realize that. So, realize that those people who join those game jams are probably really experienced game developers already, or artists, or storytellers, or whatever else, programmers, and all that kind of stuff. Because if they can make a game in 1 day or 1 week, that's pretty crazy. You gotta have some really good knowledge and skill in game development. I did participate in one already, like in November. How was it? Did you guys complete a viable product, a minimum viable product that is playable by, the whoever was attending the contest? I made it all myself, and yeah, I won. Oh, nice! Congratulations! What did you make? What kind of game was it? What genre? Was it like a Tetris, or is it an actual PC game, or was it like a mobile game? That's actually pretty good. I think Unreal Engine kind of sort of has Epic Games kind of sort of has like a contest that if you're working on a game, you can enter it, and they'll reward you with some money so that you can make your game better. But I was thinking of joining that, but that's my game is not even. I don't have a minimum viable product that I want to enter. The theme was everything is just an illusion. Interesting. There are actually a couple of websites, or maybe more, that that's all they do. It's just, I think even itch.io has game jams every now and then. It was a 3D game where you can walk around the office. You are an employee that wants to quit his job, but the office looks weird. You decide to walk around it and check it out, and then you notice strange things happening. That's pretty cool. It's like the characters in a dream. Did you use Unreal Engine or Unity or Godot? And did you use... I'm assuming you use C++ or something, or some text-based if you weren't using like Unreal Engine's blueprints. Um, that's the whole reason why I'm using Unreal Engine, is because I'm more visual based. I'm not really good with text based programming or scripting, so I like the that visual based aspect of those blueprint nodes. I actually use Roblox since back then. I took an old laptop with me that was not even able to properly use Blender, and Roblox uses Lua. Oh, and you're familiar with Lua? I think Lua is a scripting language, but again, it's text based, so I'm not really good with text based stuff. I need actual pictures, nodes, or icons, or something to drag and drop and connect wires to. Yeah, Lua is a scripting language, and I'm familiar with it. Oh, I didn't know you can make a whole game. Well, actually, yeah, because a lot of people who mod other games use Lua, and you can do like a full blown I forget what you call those kind of mods that like completely change the game, but you still have to load up the original game, and they just use Lua. I know when I used to play World of Warcraft, any player can create a add-on, and they used Lua as their scripting language. Or more like, I think World of Warcraft allowed their players to use Lua scripting. Lua is awesome, and it is also one of the fastest scripting languages. But there's nothing visual based about it, is there? It's like just, you know, words. words. I'm not good with that kind of programming or scripting. Let me see. Do you want to move this away? Maybe I just hide it like this instead of moving it. Congratulations, you found all 3 cards. Okay. And that should be fine. Then after a couple of seconds, then it goes to the WB Remnants, which should have the buttons now. Dun, 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 dun. Button, this one down here, and another button down here. Let me just make this bigger and make this one bigger. But that's crazy. I mean, I heard you can, kind of do stuff in Roblox, but I didn't know you can actually make. Well, I guess that makes sense because it's like, again, you're using the original game and you're using Lua to create sort of like a mod of the game. So that makes sense. Lua is awesome and is one of the well, not really, but you know what? It gave me an idea for a project. What if I made an app in Lua that converts visual scripts into Lua code? Interesting. If you made an app in Lua that converts visual scripts into code. Huh. I guess it could help someone out, who's not really good in text-based coding. But I don't know. It's just the way that my brain works. It's not good with text like C++ or Python or, whatever else out there, which is pretty much all of the programming languages. Yeah, I think it'd be awesome to try it out someday. Definitely. Yeah, I think so. It could definitely help somebody who is probably not good with text-based coding like myself and uses blueprints. That'll be interesting though, because I know, even though I don't use C++, the way the Unreal Engine works is that every time it packages project, it automatically changes the blueprints into C++ code and then runs it from there. But that's all under the hood and stuff that the developer like myself doesn't see unless you actually are, you actually start working with the C++ code, then you can convert that yourself and, edit it that way. But the cool thing about the Unreal Engine is that you don't have to do that. So for myself, I never ever have to look at the C++ code. I can just keep it as a blueprint. And I think it does run faster as C++ code. That's why it converts the blueprints into script text in the first place. But it's fine. I'm using other methods to optimize the game. But that pretty much is for the editor. But I don't know. Maybe keeping it in Blueprint slows down the actual package project for the end user. I don't know if it keeps any of that non-converted code. But, who knows? I will rename this to restart. This one to quit. And I think, didn't I copy paste it? Yes, I did. So I can right away just turn into a variable, turn that button into a variable. Now I should have the onClicked for that. Okay, and I should have the onClicked for that. And then I can move these into place. So now we got these going. Oops, I don't have any of the pressed or unpressed normal setup yet. I'm going to do that right now. So this one is restart. This one is restart. Oops, wrong. Pressed is restart. If I can spell or type. And disabled is restart. Anything? No need of the others. Just compile and save that. As to quit is just quit. Next is quit. I suppose I could just do that and then now I can just click on this and it should go directly to, after I typed in everything else. Oh, here, this is another one. There we go. So that's good. Kind of looks, that one looks okay. This one looks a little stretched out. Like that. That's fine. But yeah, I'm going to just put that right there. Too bad this doesn't have those like grid lines where it moves you and it shows you like there's some grid lines, like some guardrails stuff. It shows you that this grid line matches with this grid line so that you can move everything. You just gotta eye it. Alright, so let me just do that. And once I get like a save game set up and save information to it, then I can set up all the how long it took you to escape, how many items you collected, how many remnants you collected. There's going to be rewards called remnants. Instead of coins, they'll be called remnants. And the remnants, it'll show you how many remnants you accumulated during that successful escape. If it was a failed escape, then you won't earn as much remnants. But anyhow, there's that. And let me see if I can change. So congratulations, found all 3 cards. And after a while, maybe like a couple of seconds, it'll go from success to the remnant screen. There's no buttons to press on like continue or anything. Maybe I should do that. Create a button called continue. Duplicate. Continue. Put it smack dab in the middle. That. Someone followed, yes. Thank you for the follow. Was it Unif? Oh, I missed it. I don't know why Twitch doesn't actually like give you a notice. Oh, it was you. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Actually, I went back into the game. Let me see. You said other things. Yeah, I think it'd be awesome to try it out someday. Working with C++ is really rewarding, though. C++ is one of the greatest languages of all time. Most higher level languages are written in C++. Nice. And if you understand C++ well, you can easily learn any new languages. Yes. Yeah, I agree with this. I just, again, my brain isn't really wired for that. I mean, I could. It's just, for me, it's like a steep learning curve. I can do like the very basic stuff, like, I don't know, print hello world, but that's about it. So all of the other things that come with programming languages, like memory allocations and storing and retrieving stuff from memory, pointers, object-oriented stuff, I don't know, so many other things. But I guess like maybe conditionals like if and then statements, whiles, and for loops, those probably are kind of easy for me. But I don't know, there's so many other things to programming. This is why blueprints, I stuck with blueprints because I could understand that much more easier. All the object-oriented stuff and the pointing to this and that and whatever else that's complicated with programming itself. Yeah, they kind of are, for me anyways, pointers. Because they're, even with, let me see, like even with this, there's soft object references and stuff like that. Even that's confusing, and that's similar to pointers. For me, anyways. But, yeah. It's really interesting how you, are you a programmer? maybe you're already a programmer because you're doing a lot of like programming stuff, like creating, full-blown game mods in Roblox with Lua, and I'm assuming you already understand C++ fluently, maybe? So you probably... Oh, okay. So you're a game dev, or what kind of programmer? Work on other type of applications, or specifically video games? Yeah, every once in a while there'll be viewers who, yeah, they've worked with game devs, so they'll point something out that maybe I'm not doing right or something. So I am a game dev, web dev, and basically anything. Though I'm not employed, I'm still in university. Oh, okay. That's not bad. That's actually pretty good. Um, Especially with university and you're going into programming, you can definitely so like I don't know if you know, but I'm working with AI chatbots, in my case Gemini and Grok. So that's helping me a lot. Other than, I don't know if you were watching earlier, I was watching YouTube videos, so that's how I'm learning quote unquote programming, or blueprint scripting. And so I just pretty much ask Gemini um, how to do stuff. But if you got that skill and you're learning in university and you learn to use the AI chatbots effectively, you'll be even a way better programmer, because a lot of companies are starting to integrate AI models into their workflow. So not only are you a programmer, but if you know how to prompt AI models and chatbots, you'll be even that much more of marketable to companies nowadays. That is a double-edged sword. Knowing AI? How so? That's the only reason why I came back to creating this game, is because AI is smart enough to understand what I want. And so I was like, okay, I'm just going to do this, because I first tried to create this game way back in 2022. After about 2 months, bugs and things not working the way I wanted didn't work, so I quit. But that was way before ChatGPT came out. Not until like the early this year in 2025, I tried out Grok, and it still wasn't very good at helping with blueprint coding. I guess it was really good at text-based coding like C++ and stuff, but again, I don't use any of that. But once they incorporated advanced reasoning into Grok, which was around 3.5, and I started testing it out, I was like, oh, this actually, it works. Everything it would recommend, every instruction, every step-by-step gave me worked. And so that's why I started coming back to create this game again, because I did try it in 2022 and gave up, and thought, maybe AI chatbots are good enough to help me make this game. And so that's why I'm using AI chatbots in my game dev journey. Most people think you just put prompts and it generates code. While it generates code, it will use most common solutions that may not always be the most optimized, correct, or within the correct coding patterns. So yes, exactly. That's what I noticed as well. You have to prompt the AI model like what seems like a million times for it to get exactly what you intend. Or you can, let me show some examples. So instead of prompting it a million times, you can like prompt it from the very start with like very, very, so again, here I'm using Gemini, but you have to prompt it with very, very specific prompts. Not just say, build me a 3D first person shooter in Unreal Engine, and then that's it. No, as you go through university, you understand how the programming works. So you know exactly how to meticulously word what you want the AI chatbot to do. And that's the kind of prompts if you know how to do that, you'll be more marketable to a company in that way. And so it's not just simple like, well, tell me about generating light map UVs. No, you gotta like really be specific about what you want from the AI chatbot. So instead of simply, asking it to, well, I can't get my UI to work, help me. No, you gotta be very, very specific. Like tell it, okay, this button, this restart button, I've set it up this exact way, and it does this exact thing, and the symptoms of the problem is this exact thing, and you literally have to write an almanac and for it to understand specifically what you want and to give you specifically what you intend from it. But if you know how to do that, you become very, very marketable and very good at, highly assisted and supported by AI in your programming endeavors. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing. I'm yeah, exactly. More meticulous details. And it's good too. If you know the meticulous details, you will understand specifically what they are trying, the AI is trying to give you as a solution. And you can follow along much better. So if you have, let's say, a library with 1,000,000 books and you want to find a very specific book, AI will give you a solution. What's going on? How come this thing is... Okay, that gives you a million moves solution. Yeah. But if you knew proper coding architecture, you could find the book in 32 moves. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, someone who doesn't know proper code architecture are doing amazing. The more details you give, the better the chance it will actually give you. Exactly. That's what... Yeah. That's pretty much why I'm continuing too. Not only because I really want to make this game, but because now I have assistance. Before, back in 22, I didn't have any kind of assistance other than YouTube tutorials. YouTube tutorials teach you how to get into trouble, but not much after that. But at least with the AI chatbots now, I can just continue harping on it and asking it questions, and eventually it'll give you the right answer, or the answer that you intend, or some kind of a solution that is actually functional in your whatever you want it to do. And so if you know how to prompt it with very specific details, it'll understand specifically what you want and give you specifically what you intend. When I'm feeling lazy, I just tell the AI to code a function with this and that parameter, including a certain algorithm, what to do when an error occurs in every single detail. It basically just saves me the actual writing, but I still have to think on how to design it. Yeah, that's true. Same here. It could probably actually help you do that too. Because like in my case, I was like, how can I make a UI? Not the actual code, but the actual visuals of the UI. And it'll probably tell you. It'll probably tell me like if you go to canva.com, do this and that, it's free, and put this here and put that image there, and voila, you got a UI. Or, like Gemini has, I don't know what's it called, nano bananas or something. If you just prompt it as specifically as you can, it'll give you really good images to work with. It basically just saves me the actual writing, but I still have to think on how to design it. True. So software engineers are more like software architects nowadays. Yeah, I can see that. You're more of the technical director now, whereas you just tell AI exactly what you want specifically, and it'll tell you, and then you have to implement it as until agents come out who can actually do all of that for you. Then yeah, you still have, marketability, so long as you know how to work with the AI. Those companies will still take you, even if you don't. With AI and your university skills, you'll be able to just create your own company and be your own boss. Create your own whatever you want to do with software engineering. But there's a catch. Most people stopped at the part where they write code, and now they are scared because their only skill got replaced by AI. Because most programmers don't actually know how to design code. They only know how to write code. Hello, Kev, the game dev. Oh my goodness, more game devs. I'm getting lucky with the game devs. But yeah, I mean, like, it's AI, Grok and Gemini now has been helping me so much. I don't know if you've seen it pretty much. If you've seen my other videos, it's pretty much helped me with a lot of that. Because, like I said earlier, back in 22, only after like about a month or two, I quit. Because, not just because there were bugs and I couldn't figure out the bugs, but mainly because I have very specific idea of how I want my game to be, and I just didn't know how to do it in Unreal Engine. So I was learning Unreal Engine back then, and I'm still learning it now. But at least now with AI chatbots, they definitely can help me narrow down my specific ideas and intentions for my game. That they actually help me with step-by-step instructions and all that. But yeah, I don't really show that on live streams, but because I don't know, I guess it's like boring for people to watch. But like with Patreon videos, whenever I'm not streaming, I'm working on my game offline, I just record it and just upload whatever I worked on. How are you? I'm doing really good, Kev. How are you? Thank you for asking. But let me see. Yeah, so I didn't have a mentor or any professional game devs helping me whenever I was working on my game back in 2022. So after all of those bugs and things not working the way I want, I just quit. Not until early this year, 2025, I realized Grok and advanced reasoning got so much better. And so I started using it, and it's like, I wouldn't be here if it didn't work for me. And so, to state the obvious, it worked for me anyways. Maybe not for other people, but for me it worked That's why I'm still doing this here now, almost a year later. It's good, it's fun, but also frustrating at times. Got off of work a little while ago, so I'm just relaxing. Cool. Yeah, I don't. Whenever I got free time, I'll just like hop on and start working on this. But yes, I mean, like game devs, like with me and Nuve, we were talking about AI assistants. I'm assuming you guys work with AI nowadays. And if you're really good with prompting AI, you're that much more of a valuable programmer and less likely to be replaced. Oh, really? Oh, you're probably really good at programming then. Because I couldn't do it. This is why I'm working on my game now, is because I have the AI to help me. Grok or Gemini, ChatGPT. See, I connected these. I just need this to connect. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, don't want this one. Well, let me just say that. Let me change all of these. In fact, I don't even want these buttons, but once you click on this, let me move this down, on clicked, then it should, it should move, it should load the other one, the what do you call it? The Remnants widget. So let me see if I can copy and paste anything. How do I do it? I suppose I could copy and paste this. Success. Let's just do this. No, I do need all of these things. This, see. So once you click that continue button, even though the continue button says quit, it'll move you to this remnants. This, but just to have it be a little bit more robust, I guess I could use yeah, it's a widget, so I don't want to use it as I can't use it as a level, so I can't use this open level. But still need input game mode only, input mode UI only. So this here is important after I call it. I don't know if I need to add to viewport. I don't know if calling a widget from a widget. Yeah, I think you can. Call a widget from a widget. Because I have like options menu that opens up key bindings menus and, other options, other menus. Looking for remnants. I just don't know if I need to add a viewport. I think you do, so that it overwrites the success. So maybe I do a remove from parent. And the target is self, which is this success widget, and then create the remnants widget, and then then that's where I need all of these. I think show mouse cursor. I think that's already set though, because where the success widget came from, all of that stuff was already set. So I probably don't need to do that again. All I need to do is just change to add viewport. I could be wrong. What to do? Yeah, so it's one of these. Game UI. Show mouse cursor. I think I might need this code. And show mouse cursor so that I could move around and actually click. No, not on this one. On this one. On this one here. So, because this one here is the code that allows me to set the mouse cursor for this UI. So I'm guessing I need this code to set the mouse cursor for this UI so that the Zeeker can press on restart and quit. And I guess that's it for that. Let me see. No. Okay, so I can pick up any of the cards and see what's up. Any of the cards. Hello. Okay, there we go. Alright, congratulations, final 3 cards. So when you make it invisible, okay, forget about these 2 right here. I'm going to fix those. But this is the one we want. Even if I clicked on this, I think I deleted it, right? So it shouldn't work anyways, yeah. So I'm clicking on it, nothing works. But this is the one that I need to actually, I need working properly. And it didn't work. It keeps the game paused. The mouse button here. It did not open this remnants screen. So what did I do wrong when I clicked on? You know what? Let me get rid of that other one. Let's see. Get rid of this. So whenever I click on this, it should. Okay, maybe I don't remove the parent. I mean, remove from parent. Maybe I do that later. Like, oh, why did I delete it? Oh, it's right here. It's removing already. It's removing the self, which is this success widget. Let me try it again, see if this works. No. Here we go. It's any 3 cards. Congratulations, you found all 3 cards. It's still not showing me the remnants page. Let me see, what is the settings menu? Whenever I click on main menu widget, oops, I need to stop that. Settings, button. Why didn't I not name these things? I should do that right now. Button 4, oh, that's the back button. Controls button. And key binding button. Any other buttons that need to be given a name? There's actually a lot of stuff, but combo string box. Rename this to quality levels slider. Rename this to gamma slider. Anything, I don't think I have anything else, but let's just compile that. Save it. Go to graph. Let's see. Key bindings. Back. Hovered, key bindings, unhovered. Back button. Oh, darn it. I used a bunch of animations. Hover controls. Oh, here we go. Key bindings. It actually opens another one. So I just create the widget, send it to the viewport. What the? Well, it should work. Create the widget, send it to the viewport, then remove the settings from the parent. So maybe I don't create the widget, viewport. Maybe I don't need all of this. Just go directly to parent, remove. Like that. Once I click on continue, creates the widget, adds to the viewport, and then removes the success widget from the parent. And I don't need all of this, apparently, because that's all this is doing. Click on key bindings, it opens the key bindings widget, adds it to the viewport. This is not necessary. And then removes it. Well, why is it not working? Let me save this and try it. Okay. Let's see. 1, 2. collect any of these cards. Click this. I don't know. I don't know why the remnant screen is not showing up. Do I have... No, that should be fine. Save. Oh, I didn't connect this. I'm gonna stop right here. I wonder if that works. Let me see if you guys have something to say. Oh my gosh, you guys are probably like, oh, you gotta connect the target. Alright, anyways. Oh my gosh, I hope that works. You're not adding the widget to the screen. You need to connect the widget output pin to the... Yeah. I just found that out, and that's what I was thinking. Oh my gosh, you guys are probably screaming at me in the chat, saying, you gotta connect the target. Hopefully that works, though. Hopefully that's my only issue. Let's see. So yeah, I did it right there now. I connect these two. Hopefully this fixes the issue. Alright, let's test this. Any card. Congratulations. There we go. God, I'm so bad. Rift Remnants. So eventually I'll have set up like, I don't know, what do you call it? A save game type of, not this one, blueprint that saves, you know, how much time you've taken to escape and how much remnants you collected and a bunch of other statistics. So the Rift Remnants is the statistics menu. After most matches, they give you some kind of information on how you did. So, but let me test this now. If I restart, it should put me directly into another match or another rift. Let me see. Yep, there we go. We're in another rift. Okay, I don't want to actually run through it. Sometimes I scare myself with this game. Let me test it one more, but going through the other. Not here. There we go. This one. And collect. Go back. And let me... Oh, no, I tested this one already. That one works. So let me see if this should quit me to the main menu. Okay, that works. I can't believe it. I completed 3 tasks that I wanted to do. This is the first time in one single stream that I actually completed something. Wow. And it works, you know, successfully. Most of the time, I don't, and I can't figure it out, and I have to, you know, end the stream without figuring out the issue. But I'm shocked. This is the first stream, I think, that I actually completed tasks that I wanted to. Well, you know what? I think they were probably kind of easy anyways. So I had that working for me. But yeah. Oh, another thing I need to make sure, because they were not in the correct place. Let me make sure I got the anchors correct. They are in the correct place. Canvas panel. Let me rename this to background. Rift Remnants has anchors. Underline has anchors. And restart. Okay, let me just make sure it's a little bit more. There we go. This one. I'll zoom all the way in. I like setting these just so that whatever resolution it should always show up in the same exact spot, no matter which resolution the game is set at. So hopefully this is done. We'll test that. Let's see. Pick up these 3 cards. Okay. Alright, so they're more closer to how I want it to look like now. Nice. Rift Remnants. Okay, restart, quit. And wow. Wow. I actually finished what I set out to do in one stream. Still, I got a lot of things I want to work on. But actually, let me just test it out. Let me see if this works. I don't know if it actually works. I know it works here because it was easy that I specifically set those things there. But now I need to see if it actually works with the, let me just pick a random map. Test it out. Let me see if okay, I heard something here. So I picked up one. Uh-oh. You can hear the monster nearby somewhere. I could hear the card chiming. Not these cards. Not that one. That's just a test. I don't want to test the test. I want to actually test the... Oh, okay, good. I think I was too far for him to see me. Actually, I don't want to go that way. He could come around the corner. Oh, good. He turned the other way. I just need to test. Well, not test, but I need to see if there's anything in there. No. Run all the way back. See, I should be good. I don't hear the monster nearby. So I already ran through here. All those blue coordinates, those are the monster running to those coordinates. Obviously in the finished game we're not going to have that up there. That's kind of... You're kidding me. Back where I'm started. I need to go this way. So the stairwells to go to the other levels. There's nothing in there. So far I only found one card. I need to find all 3 to fully test if my code works. See, I don't know where that monster went. Could be in any of these rooms. So I designed it so that the cards randomly spawn throughout. Oh my gosh, he's here somewhere. I hope he's not in here, because I need to check in here. Nothing. Oh, here's one. Okay, that's... I should have some kind of a notification saying how many cards you picked up. I'm gonna add that later. Like, right now I have to memorize that I picked up 2 cards so far. So I just need to find the last card and see if the game will bring me to the success screen. Because I don't know if... Because all I know is that the testing cards and the actual cards are a little bit different. So I don't know if it's going to work. Oh! Oh, no! I only have the one! God. Oh my god, I only have one left to pick up. I'll head right here. Eventually, I'll add lights. Other than this flashlight, because other than that, you can tell it's like pitch black. Can't really see anything. Yeah, I think he left. I don't know which way he went, but I gotta head back that way, because... darn it, this is getting louder. Forget it, I don't want to be here. I'm going upstairs. Alright, his stomping is getting softer, so he's far away. Let me go upstairs. Still need to find that last card before he showed up, started chasing me. It's gotta be here somewhere. These floors, they're mazes. They're procedurally generated. I designed them to be procedurally generated so that every time you run through a map, it's always a different quote-unquote maze. Oh, here... No, never mind. Sometimes if you turn the lights off, you can see the glow of the cards. No. Here somewhere. Right there. Do you see that? Let's see. This is it. If this works, I am done for the day. Yes! Congratulations, you found all 3 cards. It works. Oh my god, that took me forever. 4 hours? Gee, just to do that? Jesus Christ. Okay. But that's pretty much what I wanted to do for today. I'm glad that I was able to actually complete those tasks. Right? The dynamic scroll, which took me about an hour and a half to figure out. And now, 3 hours later, the end screen, the success screen, and Rift Remnants. So I'm going to have to work on that later. I don't know if I'll probably, if I work on it on offline, then I'll record it and just upload it to Patreon. And but yeah, I'm guessing all I have to do is create a save game, like this type of a blueprint, like this is for key bindings, but like another save game that will save other information, like the I don't know, the name of the character, how much time it took to escape. I wanna add that. How many hours you've played in total. What rift this is, not the rift itself, but like what number rift. Is this your 100th rift, or is this your first rift? Other statistics and stats, like I don't know how much remnants you accumulated. Remnants are going to be like reward tokens. If you successfully escape, you'll earn more remnants, but if you fail, you'll earn less. So stuff like that will be in the Rift Remnants statistics or stats screen. Gosh, I can't say that. I'm just so excited that I actually completed these tasks in one stream. I didn't have to break it up into like Patreon videos or another stream. Wow, flabbergasted. I don't recommend moving your anchors like that. Usually should be aligned with the center of the screen. Then you move the actual bottom. Ah, okay. But, alright guys. I'm actually happy that I was able to finish not one task, but 3 tasks that I set out to do in one stream, which is usually not the case. So I'm totally happy you guys were here to keep me some company. Actually, that's not the song. This is the song. But I'm about to end the stream, so completed all the 3 tasks and I'm happy about it. So definitely thank you for hanging out and watching. I'll catch you next time. Bye guys. Take care.